Hello, what's happening, everybody? Hope you're having a beautiful and amazing day. So very happy to be here for show number 17 of fragMas, one stream for every day in the month of December. Thank you all for the amazing one so far. Fire Spectre Zero, what's good? Mr. Caliber, Colonel Sander, Tharson, hey there, Dinosaur, Beef Jerky Yum, Tavi 893, Op Newell Pinball Box, and all the other cool early people. We're checking out the Glistening Update Beta. Glistening Update is basically a bunch of polished stuff for this game. It's the last real update before 1.0 releases. But we do have, in addition to that, there's a few gameplay changes, one of which we'll be checking out today. Is going to be the changes to the Sanctuary mod, which we played around with last night. It was a lot of fun. So let's tab in here, and then we'll get to it. Hey there, Min-Max Wax. Good to see ya. All right, here we go. We got a couple ideas for builds. We're going to be doing Sanctuary builds to start, at the very least. So we want Pulse. Okay, well, first up, I would like to try... Temporal's interesting. I guess Halo's Shield's a natural try here. We're going to go for Sentinel instead of Firefly this time. We get extra shield effect radius, which is shield effect power once we get Sanctuary, extra shield effect power, and shield damage resistance. In addition, the Sentinel ship has reduced fire rate, which is beneficial for what we're going to do with going into hidden power. Okay, well, regeneration first is good because I can get all the... Actually, no, it's the opposite of what I want. I don't want to drop shield mods here. Let's take shield durability, which works towards the Aegis. I think the shield I'm most interested in trying out is Siphon. But certainly Halo's shield has its nice proponents too. All right, here's barrier. We're going no constructs here because once you take hidden power, there are no more constructs available. Hey there, Nekoselli. What's up, Naphilia? Good to see ya. Okay, Omni Shield we will go into eventually here, but not yet. Reflexive Shields was okay. I'm not totally convinced on it. I'll take Reflexive Shields. Hey, Merry Fragmas to you as well, Sargos. Cheers. Gonna be a fun stream today, you can just tell. I'll say all of the 16 previous streams have been awesome. Thank you all for making it that way. I appreciate it. Alright, Energized Shields is something I want to take pretty much every time I see it, and I think that includes right now, even though there are other things that I want to get to. Energized Shields is rad. Alright. We are going to have to take some damage resistance, so this could definitely be it, but probably not here. Alright, Candescence is going to get taken, and we are burn damage on the shield, so seems good. Sounds like a nice evening, Theodore. Let's go improve thrusters next. You know, the force armor is okay, but I think we can actually cut this line here. Yeah, we're gonna go streamline. Taking Sanctuary does lower your thrust by 30%, which is probably the main complication of the mod. Helpful. Okay, I'm going to take one hypermetabolism while I see it. That is a mod we definitely need to pick up here to make the end of our build work. Galvanic Outburst is tempting. Let's take a Challenger here, though. I mean, just it's going to give us a level after we defeat this enemy. And it counts as a wild mod. There's really no downside to taking Challenger when you see it. It just counts as extra wild mod for things like Orbs of Discord, etc. Basically, you're refunded the level when the Challenger is defeated. There it is. Alright, we're going to need damage resistance via Masochism, but I can definitely see how taking Galvanic Outburst right now is beneficial. Something we also want. What's this do? Your next 3 upgrades contain only recursive wild mods, +1 level, you lose all rerolls. I don't think I want to lose all my rerolls right now. Let's take another piece of Sanctuary here. Kinetic Boost. Also, what is the Apotheosis here? Just Kinetic Boost plus Straight. Okay. Okay, here's Aegis, so Sanctuary is now in the pool. Awesome. Let me try something here real quick. Let me, gotta wait my turn here. Okay, it's a little early on both of those. Fair enough. Boom, get roasted. Okay, my shield went down, that's scary. Okay, here's Sanctuary. Let's just take it now. Problem is my shield's down right now, so that's a little bit scary. There we go. So now we're inside the Sanctuary. Our shield effect is active in this entire circle, which is pretty nice. Alright, I'm going to continue taking Energized Shields here. The circle also moves towards the players, so it's very often correct to leave the circle to reposition, which is kind of the hard assessment to make here. Yo, Allrow49, thanks so much for making it official with Prime. Really appreciate that. Glad you're enjoying the content enough to even consider. As a reminder, if we hit 2,300 sub points at any point all the way through the 31st stream, we'll add another day onto fragMas, so consider that an incentive, not a goal. Thanks everybody for being here, sharing this time and place. None of these look so good. I don't think I want Essence Sap here. Celestial Lance could maybe be okay, but I think what we're doing here is re-rolling. Okay, I'm going to take Last Stand as well. I took this on the last time I took this Sanctuary build, and I really liked it because it made it so we were collecting all of the XP that was getting populated on the edges of the screen. And for a build like this, we're maintaining a central position, so that little bit extra goes a long way. The big enemy, man. Okay, we're going to take regeneration here, because regenerative shields is on the list of things we need. I think corrosion and purification's also up there, but we can wait to pick this up. Let's grab the regeneration now. Okay. Okay, definitely blink. Blink is super useful here. It allows us to reposition with inside the orb or to maintain our position better. Okay. Here's regenerative shields. Shield effect radius. I think this might have to get cut on this version of the build for something else. Let's just take regenerative shields right now. This is going to hurt our health regeneration, but it's going to make our shields regenerate by themselves. We can take Omni Shield now with some layer of safety. In order for this build to pop off offensively, I need to get to the discharge mod at a minimum. Wow, another energized shields. I'm just going to keep picking this when I see it. Not really a better mod, in my opinion, for this build. Okay, here we go. Shield cooldown. Start working towards that discharge. Also, shield cooldown, super nice. Oh, you tasting the sizzle, bud. You tasting it. Alright, here's hidden power, but I can't take that yet. Discord orbs I definitely can, and we're already at 2, 4, 6. This will make 7 wild mods. Awesome. So in order to take hidden power, I gotta get the discharge working first, because that's kind of how the build works. Oh my god, another one? Okay, I'm just gonna keep going here. Pretty blessed start, honestly. Yeah, I'm not opposed to taking Omni Shield now. I mean, maybe I should just do it. On the build order, it doesn't use a reroll. Let's go. This is kind of scary because if the shields drop down, then we're basically dead. But, hey. Boy howdy, I'm super hungry right now. No surprise though. Been working out very hard. Yeah, alright. Adrenal module is something that's going to be in the build. I'm just going to keep taking things that work, even though I want to get discharged. Whoa, that reflexive shield was nuts. I do want to take Strafe, but I really need to get to Discharge and then the rest of this build first. Ooh, okay. Bravado is almost certainly getting taken here. Let's see. Body gear base stats improved by 10%, so we get 10 hull and base shields as well. And then we're going to get body gear powers improved by 15%. So we're going to get 3.25% shield effect radius, 1.5% shield effect power, 1.5% shield damage resistance. Very good. Missing Gen, this is the Sanctuary Super Mod, which is reworked in the Glistening update. It's one of the few gameplay changes. Almost everything else in this update is polished stuff. We're currently playing on the beta, and this is very cool. Alright, I gotta take some damage resist if we're gonna get to a Dying Star, but maybe Dying Star isn't the end goal of this build. Let's go ahead and take Efficiency, because I am sure that I want to split damage between hull and shields, and that'll bring us down to one hull all the time, but that activates more of Adrenal module and gets us to about 8% global damage. I need to be on the lookout for the Volatile Shields mod. It's going to be the one that allows us to get discharge afterwards. Okay, I mean, self-damage resist is quite important to us, so I'm just going to take adaptive armor here. Since we're constantly taking damage as a result of our shield, too, it's good. Hey, you too, Great Rain. Hope you have a nice one, man. Get around to the other side here. Got a pretty nice defensive advantage on this guy. He's going to spawn missiles, but they're going to be immediately destroyed by our sphere here. Here now. Conversion's also fine. It's just more shielding. Though maybe not necessary here. Let's think critically about this. We're going to have to cut a few things to get where we want to go. The Sanctuary is the circle around us dank, though it is only active when we're inside of the orb, which is the caveat here for the new Sanctuary mod. We did this build with Firefly as our last run yesterday, with the orbital shield. Now we're going for more of a burn style. I think actually Siphon's going to be the shield I enjoy this build with most, but I wanted to try out Sentinel Halo. Kind of uniquely equipped to pull it off. Feels a little awkward because I do not have the discharge yet or hidden power. We'll see. Got lots of time still, but level 31 without discharge is a little awkward for what we're trying to do. Discharge is probably a 40 to 50% damage increase for us. I mean, certainly core shielding's not going to be wrong here. Halo's shield does a portion of self-damage when things are inside the shields. The more we can diffuse that, the better. Discharge itself also deals self-damage, so we need to fight against that. I would love to get the triple or quadruple recursive wild mod and get either Masochism or Defiance. Probably Masochism for reducing self-damage enough that it's not as critical. Alright, Gemini Protocol, here we go. This is important because if we end up taking Dying Star or even dealing self-damage, it's going to diffuse some of that into our HP, however much we have left. Wow, another one? I was wanting Strafe and Void Slice with this, but I don't think this is the build to do it on. I think I'm going to take Regression to get minus 12% size and banish these 3 mods. Energized Shields again is also very tempting. Energized Shields becomes a lot better once I have the other portion of the build, but it's still beneficial right now because it's a shield cooldown percentage. I'm going to go ahead and take Regression here. Ooh, I don't know, though. If I don't have Stabilization, Regression making us more fluid is a little bit tough here. Let's just take the Energized Shields. Like, even if I don't go all the way to Strafe, having a Stabilization, if our build becomes more slippery, is pretty important, I think. So at this point in the build, we're basically perpetually at 1 hull, though that will not kill us because Gemini Protocol reads that it cannot kill the player. It can only drop you to 1. Wow, we're really putting a hurt on Glaucius here. That's crazy, dude. Spicy. Ooh. Let's not stand in front of the bulwark. Alright. Defiance is inoffensive, though Masochism's probably better. I can just start taking the self-damage resist here. Plating's not bad either with the Gemini protocol, as well as corrosion working towards purification. Let's just roll here. Okay, this regression's better. The shield effect radius is a nice effect, as is weaponized shields, but we're already very deep into all these energized, so I think this can work out. And then as our next mod, I'm going to take stabilization, because we just got 16%, yeah, we just got 16% more slippery with that regression take. So having the ability to tap the brakes, definitely going to be a good thing. Okay. Really need volatile shields so I can get to discharge here. Wow. Okay, I mean, I'm going to take the quantum decoherence. We do lose our rerolls here, but we get 5 levels. Just gonna go for it. Okay, agility is what I want here. Okay. Out of these, I'm probably taking Celestial Lance. Okay, there's volatile shields, finally. Wow, more energized shields, let's go. You know what? Okay, I'll take not Dying Star, I want Hidden Power. Let's take the Corrosion. Now we're kind of at the mercy of what drops happen, though we're very close to a lot of things we want. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna keep taking energized shields here. How many is this? 7? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 energized shields right now. What does that put our shield cooldown at? 4.33 seconds. That is awesome. If we get discharge right now, my lightning bolt should extend about twice the radius of the sanctuary right now. Should. Oh no. It's fine. Hey there, Real Deal. Good to see ya. This is the new rework to the Sanctuary super mod. And it is awesome. Oh my goodness. I don't have rerolls anymore, so there's that. I think I should take Hidden Power now. We're losing the ability to fire our weapon, but it's already ultra slow, and 40% damage is a lot. Out of these, I'll take conversion, sure. Like, even right now, just our Discord orbs are extremely efficient damagers. We're one mod away from being able to fire a gigantic lightning bolt, and that'll be a lot nicer. I worry if I don't take hidden power right now, I just may not find it. A valid concern, I feel. Yo, there it is, discharge. Here we go. Alright, so now I can fire and shoot lightning out of the center of the orb. And the reduced fire rate that we have is making the lightning longer from energized shields. Yo, real deal. Thanks for 73 months and that prime continuation. Platsnar, thanks for 83 as well. Thank you. Wondering why we were leveling up so fast at 45, and it's because we got that quantum decoherence mod giving us the +5 levels. That's why. Still really haven't got the prerequisite self-damage resist to take Dying Star. There's no way right now that works. Well, we could maintain it, but it'd be really dangerous right now. Oh, man. You know what? If it's going to keep throwing energized shields at me, I'm going to keep taking it. Let's go. Got 8 energized shields right now. Oh, hey, Celestial Lance is a way for us to do damage. Okay. When we're outside the orb, that's good. Keep it toasty, friend. It was good, Dukowski. Ooh, okay. Well, I'd love to take Purification here, but I'm not going to see this again. And this makes, if we do find a wild mod that we want, like Masochism, that could enable potentially Dying Star later, so we get 4 times that wild mod. No, it's a regular crab boil. Here we go. really liking this mod because the playstyle is so dynamic. There's a lot to think about. It's very interesting to maneuver the orb around and figure out when you got to leave the orb and re-enter the orb. It's pretty cool. I mean, I could take Obsession right now, and then we'd be gaining 8 wild mons, but that'd reduce our shields by 24%. That's probably a little bit much. Well, I think out of the things that are here, maybe Hull Strength is the least offensive. Deadly Wake's also fine. Let's go Deadly Wake. This gives us another damage trail behind us, which does persist for quite a while. Since we're staying mostly in the orb, it's just gonna damage enemies for sure. To further complicate things, I can't even activate the discharge damage if I'm not inside the orb. It's tricky. Oh, nice. The things he spawned just died immediately. That's nice. That's nice. So we're back in the center. The Sanctuary Orb grows proportionally as the playfield grows out, so it never really becomes smaller, but it won't consume more of the playfield, even if you take mods that increase like shield radius, just because added to shield effect power. Nice. Okay, Purification's big time here because it's burn damage and ignite damage, and it gives us shield and hull regeneration per burning enemy, which is every enemy we're hitting. Hey, here's Seraph. What's up, dude? Yo, Taco Bowl, thanks for 121 months, 10 years, and climbing. My dude. All right, let's see what would happen if I took Dying Star right now. Okay. So right now, my shield regeneration is 9.2 a second, and my hull regeneration is 0.33. I have 42% damage resistance and 54% self-damage. The self-damage is a lot better than I thought it was going to be. I think it's going to make this build a little bit squishy, but I kind of need to see if it'll work here. We haven't taken any mods that reduce self-damage, which is sketchy, but we have a lot of shield damage resistance just as a base and having Sanctuary. So I guess this will be a little test to see if it's even possible. Yeah, well, the shields are maintaining here, which is good. So we were able to take Dying Star a lot easier than I thought we would. What happened to all your orbs, sir? What happened? Yeah, the thing with Dying Star here is it's just so good. It's another 20% burn and ignite damage, and we get proximity damage just by being near stuff. Okay, we gotta take care of this guy first. He's gone. 36,000. Wow. It's pretty good. Yo, Jaxian, thanks so much for 52 months. Appreciate that. Half century plus. Thank you. Okay, well, 4 times Defiance definitely isn't a bad pick here. I think there could be possible better wild mods, but I'd like to access the 4 times wild mod here. And there's not really a better pick on the playfield. Purge is maybe okay, but this is going to be 16% damage resistance and 2 plating, which will help us out a bit. Definitely not going to hurt the equation for our self damage. So how many wild mods do we have right now? How many orbs? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 wild mods right now. That puts us at 11 orbs of Discord. That's nuts. The amount of lightning discharge produces is pretty set. What increases the size or effect of the discharge is lowering your fire rate. Lower fire rate equals bigger lightning and more damage from the lightning. Oh, there is a staff wild mod zone. Thank you. There it is, 19. Thanks. That's true. Yeah, I'm very happy with Celestial Lance right now. I agree. It's adding a lot of damage when we just sweep past stuff inside this circle. Much better than I imagined it was going to be, at least. Woo! Keep it spicy, boy. This guy's gonna get roasted big time. Get roasted. If you have a build that can destroy those guys' inner orbs, he's pretty weakened by that. Oh yeah, okay. I'm definitely gonna take Strafe here because it gives me the ability to strafe away from stuff and lets us get away faster. Also activates the Celestial Lance just on use. In addition to that, we just put the Void Slice mod in the pool, which I'm interested in this build. I want to try it out. Void Slice is basically double blink and allows you to do percentage-based damage to enemies, which is very nice for scaling. Even if we don't get that, though, Strafe is a very nice repositioning tool. I'd definitely like our next mod to be a wild mod so we can get to that 20 amount. We have 12 orbs. Okay. So Apotheosis is interesting because we no longer collide with enemies and most Celestial has. There's definitely things that can still mess us up real bad, but it's a pretty nice defensive mod. Probably worth taking here. I'm kind of curious as to try Void Slice instead, though. Tough choice here. I think Apotheosis is probably better, but I want to see how Void Slice feels inside this orb. So this essentially lets us hold a double blink. And when we blink through stuff, it does a percentage-based damage to enemies, so it's very nice for killing bosses. Should note it does percentage of remaining HP, which does diminish as the health goes down on them, but it scales with the game scaling, which I think is a very important factor. Very nice, man. Very nice. One thing I really like about the Void Slice mod is it adds these different reticles, which is really nice for indexing. Wow, Crucible got frickin' roasted. All right, when we make this next level, if we make the next level, it is my lunch break. I am starving right now. Turns out working out a lot makes you hangy. All right, here's this level. All right, with this, I'm just going to stand up, stretch real quick, use the restroom, grab some water. Encourage you to do the same. My food's already prepared thanks to my lovely wife. We'll be back in just a couple minutes for some more fun. Please do enjoy the kitters and shenanigans that will appear here as well, because they will. Be back in just a moment for our continuation. All right, I'm back. I feel immensely better after having eaten. Click back in here, excuse me. So, on this screen, I'm probably going to take the masochism here. If only for this effect, targets take more global damage the more damage you are, up to 15%. The self-damage resist is also good because we are a Dying Star build, though very surprisingly, even before we took this Defiance, this build was stable with Dying Star, which is quite impressive because it does not have a lot of self-damage resist. In fact, none before that point, other than the base on the ship being 10% shield damage resist plus bravado. So let's take a masochism here. It's the best mod there for escalating our damage for sure. So today we're doing some Sanctuary style builds. I may do a couple other builds I have interest in too, but started playing around with this new Sanctuary mod yesterday, and it's awesome. I really like it. Got a very dynamic play style. It's interesting to think about, interesting to look at. The kind of thing with this is we can't activate our shield-based abilities such as Discharge if we are outside of the shield bubble. That's scary, dude. Oh no. Okay, we're fine. Ish. Oh my god. Okay. That was really terrifying. So that was tough because the Singularity spawned at the same time as the double bosses, and the red boss is one of the only enemies in the game unaffected by the pull effect of the Singularity because it's a boss that can create one itself. And it turns out when you can summon a black hole all by yourself, you're kind of badass. So I got an idea for a build. Like this build with any shields would be pretty good. I think I'm going to like this with Siphon Shield a lot too. But I have an idea for an NG build called Fortress of Solitude, where we use Shockwave like this, and we get a really extreme pushback inside the orb and focus on, you know, drone-related damage. Doesn't even necessarily have to be Discharge on that one. I'm still thinking about it. That could be the carrier special too. Hey, crabs. This guy's getting roasted right now, man. So on Dweller, killing the small enemies he spawns is how you damage the boss. Got a great build for that. Wave 300. I'm gonna get over here. What we need to do is roast this bulwark before it becomes problematic. Got him. We're fine now. That was a really beneficial wave 300 for us. Okay, let's start the orb on one side and we'll just kind of walk it over. Yeah, Daisy's such a funny kitty. She's been not into the churros lately. Yeah, my guess is that she just likes the new dry treats so much she's just not excited for the churro anymore. Maybe who you have to do to play this update, you go onto your Steam page, and then you click Properties on there, and there'll be a Betas tab, and then you just scroll down and pick the Beta tab for it. Here, I'll demonstrate for you, all right? All right, so here's Steam. You right-click, you go to Properties, and then there's Betas tab, and then you click the Beta Open Testing, and then it'll update the game. You won't lose anything for doing so, though you can make a backup of your save if you want to. You shouldn't have to. This is the new iteration of the Sanctuary mod, Zaton. And it's pretty cool. We're just starting to mess around with it. We've had some really good runs with it, though. Orbital Shield was awesome. I'm curious how Temporal Shield might be affecting things, too. Some playing around doing this mod, to say the least. I mean, all right. Definitely Apotheosis here is good. It's going to make our shield amount less, but not having collisions is going to be pretty important when we start getting to like wave 4, 5, 600. And we have hammerheads, these guys. So now we can just walk through them, more or less, or they can't bump us. We will not be dislodged from our orb. What did that put our shields at here? We're still at 200 shield. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's why Apotheosis gets so useful here. Wave is a doozy. Like, the Halo shield's definitely doing good damage, but I think there's just a better version of this build without Halo, because the damage from the discharge from the centralized portion is really the main of our damage, probably 70%. The burn effect is nice, but it's maybe a little bit doubling down on the dying star effect. Hard to say till we try out the different shields and kind of slightly different builds in this. You won't believe it, guys. My cat Daisy's misbehaving. You won't believe it. Her name's Daisy Doo. She's doing a day right now, guys. She's doing a day right now. That's actually a pretty terrifying wave there. A lot of projectiles, huh? Hey there, little devil. What's good, man? Okay, we found another level here. Awesome. I mean, emergency systems could save our life if the shield goes down. This gives us like this very small window of invulnerability. So I kind of feel like the point the shield goes down, Dying Star kills our hull, because we no longer have hull and shield, so I think that's probably not true. Out of the picks we have available right here, I think we just go hull strength, because plus 20 max hull will slightly improve the regeneration rate of our hull. While it's not going to be slamming right now, it is something that could work here. I did that to myself. Fair enough. So my mistake was having apotheosis and getting behind this guy. Okay. This build was good, and it could have definitely lasted longer, but that's what happened. We're going to try a different version of this build now. Actually, quite different. This one's not going to go for the hidden power discharge. We're going to get back to that with maybe temporal or perhaps even siphon shield in a minute. I'm gonna have a weapon activate with mortar. Which one is that? Probably pulse, actually. Let's stick on the pulse train here. All right, here's shockwave. So, Shockwave and Pulse is definitely an awkward combo because you want things to be close to you for max damage, but you're pushing things away with your shield. Still gonna be good, though. Alright, we're gonna go for Ally here. I want to go for not interceptor here. We're going the other route. Let's just take drones right now. Engineer starts with 5 drones, so between the drones and the ally, we actually have a pretty impressive offense, even without using the pulse. Especially early game is just good. Okay, here's the Guardian ally. We are taking this. I'm going to take this now before I take turrets, because it's more likely we see the interceptor split again. We'll see turrets before we see that, almost certainly. Okay, nanotech dissemination is definitely a portion of this build. Guardians redirect 12% of the damage your other standard advanced construct types take from enemies to themselves as self-damage, damage divided among deployed Guardians. Yes. And then when our Guardians die, we get like a massive boost of buffs, making us reapply the drones faster. So yeah. Medi charge, we're just not needing yet. Okay, regeneration's a yes. I mean, I do want to take Elegant Construction, but pretty certain that the Discord orbs are still going to be beneficial here. Okay, we're definitely going to take mines too. Let's just get this working. I'll auto-deploy these mines. You know what I'm going to do, though, is I'm probably going to manually deploy the mines later. Okay, here we go. Elegant Construction makes our constructs go faster. Okay, here's shield durability. Do want... Not sure if I'm going assault drones here. Probably going defense drones, if I had to guess. Loaded mines, not yet. Regenerative shields also not yet. Okay, I will take assault drones. I'm going to Grace Protocol. This is the mod after this is a really large increase in our drone damage. Terminal directive is happening. Another increase in our drones. Bottom line is this fight's just going to take a second. It's okay. Okay, advanced engineering. Advanced engineering adds drone damage per our level, so it's a nice scaling option. Okay, we're going to take Kinetic Boost here. It's part of the Sanctuary mod. I just want to get to this as soon as possible so I can see if this build kind of pans out or not. Alright, Fleet Commander. Gives us 2 more powerful drones that apply vulnerability, and vulnerability is a very nice effect in this game. Yo, A-Train, thanks so much for 7 months. Good afternoon. Hope you're having a nice one. I'm gonna have to take this nanotech reconstruction as well. Not even an option, I gotta have it. Alright, evolution. Okay, here's Barrier. It's another piece of Sanctuary. I probably do want shield effect radius, but I'd like to get other stuff first. Yeah, Challenger is acceptable. We accept those. Big boy. When we defeat this Challenger, we get our level back anyways, so... no real downside to taking Challenger. Unless you die to the Challenger. That's a pretty big downside. I think Streamline is definitely part of this build. Alright, I'm going to take Minefield here, and then I'm going to not auto-deploy mines. Funnily enough, turrets have not shown up here, which is something I'm going to take. Hey there, Rorschach. Thanks so much for 7 months. Appreciate that continuation. Glad you're enjoying the content enough to even consider. Cheers. Link's definitely good. Get roasted. Galvanic Outburst here is definitely not bad. Here's turrets. Let's take them. Adding turrets into this build actually was like a very sustainable offense. Pure construct NGE builds for me usually get around the 2 mil, 2.5 mil mark. So it's definitely a solid, solid beginning to get these going. Yeah, the downside of taking loaded mines is you have less mine generation, and it also takes a mod slot, of course. Will be higher potential damage on the mines, though. I think at this moment, not necessary, though inoffensive, and I might just take it just to have it. Not sure if this build actually goes discharge or not. But shield cooldown is definitely good for where we're going. Hey there, Crystal Cam. Hope you had a nice stream today. Cheers. Yeah, alright, alright. It's not time for that yet. Let's take a 1 Galvanic Outburst, though. I think 1 Galvanic Outburst is always going to be a part of the Sanctuary build for me, just because it's such a nice effect. Yo, Night Fox, thanks so much for 21 months. Thank you, thank you. Alright, War Machine's good. There's also a pretty decent argument for spontaneous generation, because we're not going into burnout reactors on this build, so we can generate the little fellers. I think for now, though, I'm going to take War Machine. This adds missiles to the turrets, which increases their damage by, I'd say, well over 50%. Ah, welcome back, Joe Shimo. Yep, year 12 right now. It's been a minute. This is also our 9th annual Winter fragMas right now. 9 years running with 31 streams in the month of December. You can count it as 11 if you include the 2-year live stream challenge. What a time to be alive. Alright, please give me the pieces I want here. Okay, what am I missing for... I'm just missing Aegis for Sanctuary to be in the pool now. I kind of like taking Blast Radius because it improves my mine damage. And Rupture is a pretty good add here too. I don't know. This is a tough pick. Adaptive Armor for the self-damage resist, probably pretty important as well. Though, how much self-damage am I actually going to deal on this build? Not sure. I'm rolling. Yeah, Medi-Charge is fine. Let's roll again. Alright, I'm just going to take Blast Radius. It improves my base weapon and also improves the blast radius of every single mine that I drop, which is not a small amount. Okay, Bravado is interesting here. What does this do? No, okay. The construct of Simply Speed, basically. Maybe not Bravado on this build. Alright, I'm going to take Omni Shield. So Shockwave is a pretty small base shield, so we don't get like a large shield amount here. Sneaky sneeze. Sorry for the no mute. Didn't have time, man. Didn't have time. Hoping to have Sanctuary loaded up by this point. Okay, there's the last piece before Sanctuary. Let's go. So, Sanctuary is now in the pool. Seraph. Okay. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna take Last Stand here. One is competing with Sanctuary, and two, this build's killing a lot of stuff at the edge of the screens. This one's especially vulnerable to having XP left behind, even more so than the discharge builds we were doing, because the turrets and drones and stuff can kill stuff directly on the edge of the screen. And if we're controlling the central sanctuary, we have less access to that XP. There it is. Okay, here we go. Alright, I dubbed this build Fortress of Solitude. Okay, well, I think that efficiency seems very good here. We're not firing often, so additional shield cooldown rate sounds awesome. Shield cooldown is 6 seconds right now, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, things have a really hard time getting into the orb. There are other ways we can also improve our shield knockback rate. Anything that provides shield radius right now becomes shield effect power, which would be the ability for our orb to push things away with shockwave. An interesting thought. Interesting. Shockwave did not move those projectiles. It's fair. There we go. Okay, almost died there. Luckily, almost doesn't count. Okay, we're going to take self-destruct because we are going into Overseer next. Curious when this guy charges how, he goes pretty slow. The effect of this area mimics your shield's abilities, so in this case it has the ability to push back projectiles. I'm kind of thinking discharge might not be a bad idea here. Also, concentrated blasts a lot of mind damage. Yeah, I'm not sure our damage resistance can actually hold discharge right now. Let's do a roll here. Echo Strike's pretty decent. Let's take Gemini Protocol here. Ready for Overseer now. Wonder if Overseer allows discharge. Might. Hidden Power does, I think it probably would. Let's take volatile shields. I gotta see how discharge works with Overseer. Yo, Rabbit, thanks so much for 12 months. Appreciate that year. Thank you, thank you. That's right, next. That's how Sanctuary works now. Right, this bubble with your shield effect. You're still protected by your shield outside the bubble, but you cannot activate shield-related effects unless you're inside. Alright, conversion can happen here just to give ourselves slightly more shields. I mean, the shield bubble is already very small. 144. That's going to be tough to scale into the later game, but still pretty powerful. Okay, well, let's take regression here. There's no... basically a free reroll. Didn't actually mean to take counter artillery there, but counter artillery is a very fine mod, so cool. Looking to get Overseer next and Discharge for my next couple upgrades. We're arriving at the end conclusion of this build rather late. That's alright. Still been a pretty working system. That was mighty sketchy. Mighty sketchy. Oh, okay. I mean, loaded mines would be a damage increase, but I'm really looking for some specific stuff right now. 7 rerolls, eh? This is not the stuff I'm looking for. Priority 0 is alright there, too. I'm just going to keep going. Yeah, this winnow is pretty alright. I think I take it here. I don't believe that regenerative shields are going to be good here. Let's just take a winnow. Let's go with some more rerolls to fish for Overseer and Discharge next level. Okay, gotta get Overseer on the next level, basically. We're gonna continue scaling properly here. Yes, priority 0 is fine too. Let's roll though. There it is. Overseer. That's the one. Your basic and standard non-weapon construct limits are doubled. +1 advanced construct limits. We have 3 turrets out now, 3 allies as well. The downside here is we're going to be slow as molasses. I'm going to take Discharge next to see if we can activate that effect on firing, even though we don't have a weapon anymore. Should work. Oh yeah, we can also do a 16 mine volley right now, which is pretty cool. This effect has been fine, but overall I think for Shockwave Shield, like putting the shield on the drones is a nicer effect as far as pushing stuff away. The global damage increase we're receiving inside the orb here, though, is really nice. Okay, here's Discharge. Okay, we can discharge with Overseer. Great. Another source of damage, at least. Oh, I died there. Fair enough. Yes, Willie, we've done several of those, including the run before this. All right. Okay, Shockwave was a bit of a bust of Sanctuary. That's fair. That's fair. From a defensive standpoint, Reflect definitely seems good, I agree. Okay, Railgun. Okay, we're gonna go Amp now. We're gonna go for... Yeah, let's do Courser here. I was interested in battery as well, but this will be a build. Okay, Mine Specialist. I'll take that to start, sure. I'm going to go ahead and auto-deploy mines for the moment. I pick up targeting here, at least here pretty soon. Go. Do. Yeah, there's targeting right there. Let's go. Okay. Here's mines. Bravado's definitely not bad. I think we pass on Bravado on this particular build. Let's grab Velocity here because it's part of the Warp Strike build, and right now it's a flat 20% damage increase of the Railgun damage. Oh man, tempting, but probably actually going to avoid a lot of the wild mods on this particular build. We need room to build into like an actual railgun, so 20% damage plus the bonus damage for distance traveled on projectiles. Railgun scales directly with velocity. Okay. This is not going to be a discharge build for sure. I doubt its efficiency either. Let's go ahead and just take Elegant Construction here to escalate our mine production. We're going into loaded mines at the end of this, so that's going to be picked no matter what. Okay, on this one I'm going to take Skirmish, because it's very likely we're going Essence Sap at the end of the build. Okay, Shield Durability is part of Sanctuary. Let's try not to arrive at Sanctuary on the level 38 like the last run. We're also pushing for Warp Strikes, so it's a little awkward right now. Got a lot of mods we want to pick up. Okay, there's one of those mods. Cool. Actually, a really tough wave here. One sec, I'm gonna move a cord here. Okay. I don't think this is an Omni Shield build, so I think I'm actually going to avoid the reflexive shields altogether. Galvanic Outburst, though. Okay, I'll take a Galvanic Outburst here. We're going Sanctuary, it's pretty inoffensive, and right now it does provide some nice return damage when stuff hits us. A lot of upsides, not too many downsides. There's one nice thing I can say about this wave. It's got a lot of XP in it. Ooh, what about Tempest Break with Sanctuary? That's kind of interesting. It'd be like a phasing on, phasing off orb, and it probably does a massive screen damage with that. I'm interested. I'm interested. For now, let's go Magnitude, though, because I clearly need some damage. Yo-ho, Netrunner, thanks so much for that gift, dude. Appreciate that. Cheers. It's gonna be a long fight. Yeah, maybe not that long. Like, a lot of this stuff's good, but it's not really working towards any of my goals. I don't need to worry about that. Let's go Terminate here. This build will end up on Essence Sap, especially if we go Tempest Break. Terminate's also just a pretty nice mod overall. It's good for any weapon build. Don't want shield cooldown yet. Let's do a roll here. Give me pieces of the things I want. Okay, kinetic boost. Okay, here's Deadly Wake, though I want to take Aegis to get Barrier here. Warp Strike's more important than Sanctuary on this one at the moment. If I get to Warp Strike loaded mines, I kind of have a sustainable system. Yeah. One more. One more. Ooh, I gotta see how Death Blossom works with Sanctuary here. You know, it's good with the railgun build I'm going, at least. Okay, here's Aegis. Not usually since it's been reworked Jackpot, though we've done some runs like that. Emergency Systems is going to be good on this build. Let's take it as a defensive one-off. We're only level 20. I guess we're doing okay. We just feel a little weak, so we take a lot of weird stuff that's not offense on a railgun build. It's fair. That's how this build's going to be. It's kind of in between offense and defense, the idea. We're hoping to make up a lot of the damage with the Sanctuary effect instead. Death Blossom triggers when you lose the shield, that's correct. Okay, well, Essence Sap, fine. Okay, blink fine. So now warp strike's in the pool. That's good. Once we get warp strike loaded mines, it kind of frees us up quite a bit. There's also an opt-in beta. You can just opt in on the properties of your Nova Drift game if you want to try this out. The Glistening update has only a couple of gameplay changes. It's mostly UI polish and some other stuff. Well, quite a few changes if you read the patch notes, but the main of it is not gameplay changes. But the Sanctuary Shield is one of the gameplay changes. I'm really enjoying it. Scary. We're getting there. Definitely feeling our weakened offense, and that's okay. Not every offense has to be slamming early. Okay, here's barriers. So now Sanctuary is also in the pool. So we have our main super mods that we're going for on this run in the pool right now. Butte. Yo, Blood Axe, thanks so much for that tier 2, 83 months. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Alright, let's just pop into loaded mines now. That's an inoffensive pick. It's going to increase our field of damage. Once we get Warp Strike, it's going to be very nice. Okay, well, I'd rather take Warp Strike first. I really want to see how Sanctuary works with this, but Warp Strike is the thing that enables us to feel a little bit safer. So we have a lot more damage on the field now. Alright, I'm also going to take Last Stand. I've started taking this mod pretty regularly now, not for the resurrection effect, but for the increased XP orb radius. And especially on these Sanctuary builds where we become a little bit more centralized, and especially on a build like this that's killing stuff on the edge of the screen, this extra power-up attraction becomes pretty valuable. It's score that we would have otherwise forfeited, which I think is worth taking a mod for. Okay, these picks are not what I want. These are fine. Let's go self-destruct here, and let's go into burnout reactors on the mines. This means we're not going to go charge shot, and that's okay. Also, just hull strength right now is pretty good. Let's take hull strength, get some stats. Hey there, Magdalene. Thanks so much for 17 months. Much appreciation. Good evening to you. Merry fragMas. Could be a long fight, but that's all right. All right, it's a fun one. Hey, the orbs going down is really good. Noise, terminate, paying off there. Okay, I'm going to take Blast Radius. This is going to give every single railgun hit an area of effect explosion. And that's really effective on segmented enemies. I think it's a kind of a minimum take as far as offense goes here with railgun. Which is something we need. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Alright, payload's also kind of a bare minimum. Lowers our rate of fire because a ton more damage. Let's go. Okay, hoping Sanctuary shows up in the next level or two. But we're not super late into this build, so there's a lot of levels up left. Probably at least a dozen. Okay, Weapon Mastery is competing with Sanctuary, so I need to take it here. Also, if you're doing a weapons build, Weapon Mastery is probably a good choice. Just better stats for everything weapon related. Not the largest increase, but it's an increase over a wide range of stats. And in this case, especially with Railgun, we're getting at least 10% damage. Probably closer to 12.5% with the fire rate increase too. Now, I don't want to put this in there until I get Sanctuary. Let's roll here. There it is. Okay, so read the tooltip here. While your shield protects you, create a large sanctuary on the battlefield that slowly follows you. Your shield still protects you from damage, but shield effects originate from the sanctuary instead of you. While you're inside the sanctuary, you gain plus 10% shield damage resistance, 15% global damage, and recover 6 shield a second. 40% crash knockback resist, minus 30% thrust. Your shield effect radius becomes equal to Sanctuary's radius, but it cannot be increased or decreased by other modifiers. Instead, your modifiers to shield effect radius apply a 50% effectiveness to your shield effect power. Shield effect power for amp is damage, so things that increase shield effect radius would increase our overall damage, though I don't think there's enough meat left in a railgun build to be taking shield effect radius picks as well. I guess time will tell. Yeah, we did Halo earlier today, Ramrod. It's pretty good. I don't think that Halo is actually all that good with Sanctuary, though. It's decent damage, but the real damage from this build, if you're going into a burn style, is the discharge hidden power. It's doing probably 6 times as much damage as the Halo shield burn. Not to say it's bad in any ways, but I think that Siphon might actually be more effective than Halo, not for damage, but for sustainability. Okay, now we're glad that we have the Blast Radius. Blast Radius means that every one of these shockwave explosions on the railgun is going to do very good on Glacius. Now, our Halo build was very successful, so I'm not saying it doesn't work. It's just compared to the damage we were getting from the discharge, it was aight. Did the shield... Did Death Blossom go from my character still, or did it go from the outside of Sanctuary? I didn't see. Death Blossoms from the ship. That's fair. That makes sense. That's how the tooltip reads. Yo, Captain Rule, thanks so much for 90 months. Appreciate that continuation. Cheers. Okay. Oh, spontaneous generation, interesting ad here. I think adding some fire rate is a direct escalation here, though, so I'll take it. The reason I opted for Courser for this amp try is we can get away without taking the volley mod, which is increasing our projectiles. There's definitely a positive effect for Railgun, but in order to get Sanctuary, we have to cut something else out of the build that we'd normally be taking with Railgun. Oh, okay. We're receiving damage bonus based on the boss being inside the shield orb. That makes sense. So the more enemies inside the shield orb, the more amplified our damage becomes. Anything inside the shield radius increases damage. So it's really powerful because we have a much larger area of effect to gain damage. That's why our ship is glowing right now. Pretty awesome. Let me read the tooltip here real quick. While AMP is active, plus 20% thrust and total weapon damage. Damage is further boosted for each threat inside the shield effect radius. Maximum damage bonus is 100% modified by shield effect power. Okay, one more read here. Oh, never mind. stuff's okay. Ooh. Got Ricochet right here. This is pretty much the best mod for Railgun. Because now when our Railguns connect, they bounce to another enemy. Me like. Yeah, this song's awesome. It's one of the new tracks in the update. The update beta. Miles Tillman outdid himself again. Pixel jamming. Recoil on this ship is a very slight backwards jostle, though it's pretty negated, so heavy caliber is a consideration. I don't like taking mods that influence my movement when I fire. This is a personal preference. It's not that they aren't good, it's just it changes movement and, well, complicates things. All right, quick restroom break from here. Ads are about to play anyways, so thanks for your patience here. So we step away for just a moment. Alrighty here. Let me tab back in and then we'll resume our run here. Okay, let's take Minefield here. Let's give us a faster rate of mine application. Does make the mine effects slightly diminished, and that's okay. Okay. Warpath's definitely good, but I kind of want to see what Tempest Break looks like with this, and Shield Cooldown is definitely a great defensive pick for us, so let's go for it. Oh man. It's a biggie boy. What's up, Grishnock? Okay. What's flash shielding I need for the other one there? So we're not going discharge in the spill. That's not going to happen. Let's do a roll here. Double tap's definitely fine. It's a little bit off our point though. Okay, here. Oh, that's not it either. Sons of guns. I mean, I guess Volatile Shield, let's see how this interacts with the... Okay, okay. Seemed like it went from the Sanctuary, not from my ship, which is cool. We're going Tempest Break, that's definitely a positive effect. Question is, do we make Tempest Break here? I don't know. Maybe? Let's see it. Yeah, the shield effect didn't happen there, so we've got to be inside the orb in order to even activate the shield effect. Fair. Hit me with the afterburners here, bud. Try and drop my shield, man. Okay. I'm not sure if that happened inside of the Sanctuary shield, if it happened from our body, but either way, it's still pretty good. Yo, broken perfectly. Thanks so much for 72 months. That's 6 years, man. Cheers. I already took self-destruct, so let's roll here. Yeah, you need a shield to have a shield effect, Gray Fox. It would, if you drop your shield here, Sanctuary would be inactive indeed. Okay, let's go Warpath. Or you may still have the orb floating around, but it would never be active because you would not have a shield up. The damage increase on this is pretty awesome. Because not only are we getting the bonus from Amp Shield while we're inside, we're also receiving that damage for enemy segments. Pretty powerful. Still don't want this stuff. I mean, stabilization's fine, but it's not what we need here. Okay, here we go, Flash Shielding. When your shield breaks, discharges powerful bolts of energy that burn nearby targets. This is the one that I want to see here with this build, because I think this is a little bit kind of like a weird idea that might work out okay. Is it Deadly Wake that I need for that, though? It was, wasn't it? Okay. So we may not see Tempest Break this time around. I think there's basically two variations of this main build, one that takes Omni Shield and one that doesn't. And it seems like weapon style builds are going to be the one that don't take Omni Shield, and the hidden power style builds are going to be more the ones that take Omni. Well, I bet they can be interchanged with some pretty good effect. And there's some exceptions if you start thinking about it hard enough. Man, that damage got boosted so big with all those little beetles inside the amp shield. Damn. Yeah, I'm gonna roll here. Okay. There's Rapid Fire. I'll take Rapid Fire. Alright, after this build, which I'm pretty happy with here, it's performing very similar to other railgun builds, just maybe a little bit better defensively, because we took these shield picks. We're going to be doing a Thermal Lance Loaded Mine Architect Temporal build. That's next on my list. I don't actually have a physical list, I'm just making these up as we go, just trying some stuff out with this new Sanctuary mod. I really like the playstyle on this mod. It feels like Sanctuary finally has a fair trade-off for that minus 30% thrust. I have Deadly Wake right now. I missed that. Okay, Candescence next, because we're going to put Burnout Reactors in the pool. It's a very nice escalation here. It'll give us kind of more of a steady cadence of railgun shots from the mines. That was scary. Hey there, Tazzer. What's good? Alright, here's wave 2 Hundy. Crabs are not so bad here. There's definitely more terrifying combinations of enemies to get here. So it's going to be spicy, for sure. Especially since we don't have really direct control over Warbringer and how he breaks apart. There's going to be some projectile issues. But there won't be crab issues, so we should be alright here. Alright, that's not bad. Only 2 rerolls left. Yikes. I'll use one. I guess Incendiary Strike is inoffensive here. It does add bonus damage every time Something gets hit, it takes the damage again over time. It can't stack on top of each other is the only downside, but once something gets hit, it starts taking damage over time, which is good. This build's trying to do a lot of different things at once, and it's not quite reaching a few of its goals, but they're not hurting the overall objective. The big circle is the new version of the Sanctuary mod, Nutty Buckeye. It has most of your shield effects and provides some global damage bonuses while you're inside, as well as a few other things. Okay, well, crushing out red, very nice. Okay, cool. We did get the XP from that. That's nice. I'd say comparatively on other railgun builds, like it's basically on pace with other railgun builds that are non-sanctuary. Well, I can see how this could get very good later game too. This one's, it's I. It'd still be a really high scoring run, and maybe. Oh yeah. I want burnout reaction, so I have one reroll exactly. I'm gonna take shield effect radius here. This gives us a lot of bonus damage. Shield effect radius is applied directly or at a 50% rate to shield power, so we just gained 22.5% shield power. Gonna be over 5% damage. Yeah, level 50 is about as high as you'll get on most runs. You get a little bit higher than that, but 50 is definitely late game. I'd say anything past wave 200 is pretty late, honestly. think if we can get into burnout reactors here, we have a decent shot at making a 3 mil plus. Okay, focus shields, shield effect power, and max shields. We're just going to pick that up too. Definitely not bad. Every 100 waves after wave 100 pit boss, you get a set of 2 bosses as your spawn. There's a lot of combinations for that. But no, there's no special boss for wave 100, and that's probably because most people will never reach wave 500. That's an extremely late game. Probably be over an hour and a half into a run at that point. Gatorbot, the shield, or the orb, mimics our shield effect, and also provides us some damage bonus while we're inside of it. That's fair. That's fair. Alright, that one was pretty fun. Overall... Sanctuary as an offensive amplifier, I'm not totally convinced. Not convinced yet anyways. Okay, so now we're going to do a different build here. On this one, I'm going to need auto-deploy mines off. I think I was dead. Wrong. Okay, thermal lance. Well, I'm also, now we're using thermal lance, I'm going to use this new option, toggle auto firing, so we can just press the fire button once, and then we'll extend the lance. If we press it again, it'll pull it back, so on and so forth. Okay, temporal shield, that's the one. Alright, now we're going to do architect, which is not here. Is interesting. Thermal lance goes off of what, blast radius and weapon rate of fire. Okay. Shield cooldown's fine here. Yeah, it is wildfire. It's a really nice addition. I agree. Very nice for some builds. Mines. Architect's passive mine effect is hellaciously powerful. Okay, let's go improve. So actually, hold on. Wild mod bravado. Oh yeah, we're taking bravado here. It's all construct stuff. Very good. Wow, that was a great loot snake. Wow. Okay, blast radius increases the thing here, but we're going to go shield durability because we're looking to get into sanctuary with this. Loaded mines when we see it. Am I going to go into Dying Star in this one? I believe I am, actually. So maybe not whole strength here. Omni Shield seeming likely. What's the base on Temporal? 75. A little bit low. All right, so Gemini Protocol is going to be happening. Right now, efficiency is not very efficient because we're always firing, but the mod behind it, Gemini Protocol, is going to be a staple here. Ow. Trying to replenish our shield here. Okay. That was a yikes. Second I get loaded mines, we become very strong. Burn damage definitely a thing here, as we are indeed doing burn damage. Oh man. Alright, fair enough. We'll try it again. Fair enough. Okay, I'm going to take mines. I'm going to, for the moment, just go auto-deploy mines until we have the setup here. The mines deploy extremely fast with architects, so this is a nice source of just area of effect damage. Okay, shield durability. Also means I can just kind of turn tail and run here if I just want to deal damage to quite a few different types of enemies. You fell down. Okay, loaded mines. Now we're going to go into not auto-deploy mines. So now when I let these go, they're going to create a very cool effect. And we're going to be in control of this. Okay, stabilization, yes. I want to get to agility as quickly as possible just for movement ability. Yeah, okay, there's barrier. I really do kind of want these, but at the same time, agility's here. Just take agility for right now. What does this do? Doesn't really do anything for this build, actually. Flexive shields, probably. Volley is actually a pretty decent amount of damage on this build, too. I think I'll just take shield cooldown, because it's going to be a shield build. Yeah, one galvanic outburst is pretty nice. We can pick that up later, though. Let's get into Sanctuary here. I think Sanctuary is going to be really strong. Might try his build as Viper, too. Alright, there's Aegis. We literally have Sanctuary in the pool now. Awesome. Viper could get multiple mines out. It could be okay on Engineer. Thermal Lance too, if we went into more of a just a solid mine build. Interesting idea. Sentinel could probably pull this build off pretty sweet as well. Alright, Candescence is burn damage, and we're definitely dealing burn damage with Thermal Lance. Okay, I can't escape the singularity with my current thrust. That's tough. Not with the lance extended, anyways. We get diminished thrust with the lance extended. Okay. Corrosion's definitely okay here. Well, I really want Sanctuary, but Power Reserves is pretty massive too. Let's just grab Sanctuary so we can see it. Okay, it's a very cool purple. Things move very slow inside the orb. There are some enemy types that are going to be really tough with this setup. Myrmidons is the one I'm thinking of right off the bat. It's going to be pretty insane to face. Alright, you know what? This is, like, cool, but I want to do something else here. Let's go ahead and abort this run. And then, let's do the same build, but as Viper. Because Viper gets bonus burn damage, and I think with the way Sanctuary is operating, having multiple auto-deploy mines like that will actually be better than trying to manage a single large mine. You can do Exclam Beta to get to the patch notes scapegoat. Okay, temporal. There's Viper. Viper, when you take a hull hit, you disgorge Venom Strike projectiles towards the offender. Venom Strike projectiles deal 90 burn damage a second. When you crash head-on, you release up to 24 additional Venom Strike projectiles, increased by plus 2% per your level. The effect strengthens the longer you have not crashed head-on, up to 10 seconds, and has a 2-second cooldown. 50% head-on crash damage, 50% total ignite damage. Okay. Okay. That's actually pretty major damage-wise. Yo, Five Finger Heist, so sorry for missing your 70 months earlier. Me dang. Thanks so much for being here to enjoy this time and place. Appreciate you. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and take the Discord orbs right now. Yeah, the tooltips burn and ignite got reworked in the glistening update, so I'm unsure of exactly how the ignite damage bonus is going to work, but my assumption is that the ignite damage is the stuff that happens after the burn happens. Should be pretty good here. Okay, I mean, evolutionary niche right now is plus 5% ignite damage. Not undesirable. Yeah, I'm just going to grab regeneration because it's really the only thing here that I want that's not a wild mod. And I can see the benefit of evolutionary niche on this build, but I got to get it built first to actually see how effective it would be or not. That's kind of putting the cart before the horse. Okay, Revelation, hell yeah. Ooh, those are pretty projectiles there, I like it. All right, burn damage is something we want here, sure. Thermal Lance is burn damage in a build, so that's good. All right, I'm going to go for stabilization here because agility and power reserves greatly improve our mobility with this build. Thermal Lance is kind of like in the sweet spot for weapons where it likes weapon upgrades, but doesn't require that many weapon upgrades to actually get good. Oh my god. Okay, so we have... Explosive Growth and Revelation together, so the next wild mod we take is going to get taken 6 times and then banished. And there's really only one mod I want this to be. That's Defiance. Because it gives us the self-damage resist to possibly take Dying Star later. And it also gives us the ability to have less resistance to mobility, reducing effects from our weaponry. I think Minefield's a nope on this one. Okay, Gemini Protocol is going to get taken. Right now, efficiency seems silly because I'm always extending the lance, so we're not activating it, but the mod behind it is really important for later. I mean, absolute dream right here. Okay, power reserves, 50% resistance to mobility, reducing effects from your weaponry. That means where you can actually turn and thrust properly with the lance extended. 6 times spontaneous generation is also cool, but loaded mine's it here. Definitely it. I guess for now we'll take Kinetic Boost to just work towards Sanctuary. Bravado. Bravado is 7.5% total ignite damage. That's pretty good. Let's go for it. I'm also gonna go ahead and run into this guy here. Get that Viper Strike going. Almost dead. Yikes. Man, Viper strikes some crazy good damage early game here. Okay, so I really wanted Defiance here, but 6 times Scorching Wake is awesome. It's a really good one. I think I'm going to go for a 6 times Scorching Wake. Definitely a nice look. It's a lot of damage too, man. It's a very significant AoE on the playfield. I got to stop firing here so I can regenerate my shield and hull. Okay, here's agility. Awesome. Now I can basically move like normal with the lance extended. Okay, Elegant Construction increases the amount of mines we're going to be able to generate. So we should be able to have another 10 levels or so. We should have 3 of the lance mines out at the same time. Also a very direct synergy between the Scorching Wake and the passive ignite damage of the Viper. Alright, this one's not going Hidden Power. Okay. Gemini Protocol I'm going to take now. So the benefit of having Gemini Protocol up is that our shield will stay up for much longer. But now if our shield goes down, we're pretty much going to die because our hull will be down at the same time. You can also consider Minefield here at a point. Let's go ahead and take Aegis here. It's another piece of Sanctuary, which is what we're trying to do. Shield durability is also part of what we're trying to do. Okay, magnitude, yes. Loaded mines is definitely a thing with this build. As is just getting charge shot on the main lance. Loaded mines will probably be better overall. Well, that's one way to stop missiles. Okay, adaptive armor for core shielding. Probably yes. Celestial Lance is also quite good here. Improved thruster is also nice. Probably shouldn't reroll here. It's a matter of what we want to take, though. Well, the only thing I'm absolutely sure I want here is improved thrusters. Let's just take that now. Crabs. Okay, here's barriers, so Aegis is now a possibility. Pretty good. Sure about last stand on this one. I think I will take it, though. I don't think we're quite ready for Omni Shield yet. We may get there. I'm not totally convinced this build's going to go all in on shield. Payload's definitely good. A lot of lance size. Oh yeah, corrosion's definitely pretty lit here. You know, this might not be a bad time to take the +5 levels mod. We do lose our rerolls for it, but it's like we can take both offense and defense on this, so I don't think it's going to lock us out of getting any mods or anything. It is +5 levels, so there's a lot of stuff we can take here. On a build where we were unable to take weapon mods as effectively, I'd be a little bit hesitant to do this. But I think it's making sense. Let's go for it. Interesting, but not for this build. Alright, let's take a Masochism here. Okay, we're going to take Blast Radius because it increases the size of the lance. We're going to take Sanctuary now. We got our bubble. Okay, here's Charge Shot. Awesome. So it's going to make our lance gigantic, but what I actually want to do is pass this on to my mines. So get a further extension here. Ooh, if I take a second Masochism, we can definitely make Dying Star here. I don't want to see it without. Let's go for a Rapid Fire here. That's going to be a 15% increase in the size of the lance from the mines. You pass your weapon onto the mines with the Charge Mines effect. There's Charge Shot and Loaded Mines. Mine rotation speed is random upon application. And get roasted. Okay, now we're gonna go Minefield because we're gonna get more mines. Okay, so taking Minefield dropped us down to two lances per mine. That's okay. Maybe I won't do that next time, but now we know. Still pretty nice. We'll be able to get that back up to 3 with just a couple mod picks, rate of fire in particular. Oh man, he can barely even send out the orb here. That's awesome. Strong shields are strong. Get in here. Why are those exploding so fast? Must be something in the trigger radius for them. Yeah, I don't think the mines are lasting 10 seconds now. It's still fine, but not as good as it was. Let's take Omni Shield now. Tooltip says after 10 seconds, so But I think they're only lasting about 3 right now. Okay, I think the explosion radius just a little bit closer is what it is. This is still going to be adequate. I just think I wouldn't take minefield next time. Okay, we're going to need adaptive armor. So if we do this a little bit differently, I can take charge shot, but not take charge mine or minefield, and that would get us much bigger personal lance, but would diminish our mines a little bit. It'd still be good. I don't want to banish here. I think strafe actually sounds pretty sweet. Okay, almost died there. Okay, so what if I go manual deploy mines here? Same duration. Alright, I'm gonna sack this one here. Temporal shield's like pretty good, but I don't think Thermal Lance is the build for it. I want to try Thermal Lance again. What shield do I want? I think we're going to do Siphon Shield here with Engineer on this. And we're going to go into constructs, but not super heavy into constructs. Probably Interceptor allies, if I had to guess. Reflect Shield also has to be pretty interesting, but I want to try Siphon here. Yo, Rad Shibby, thank you so much for 32 months. Appreciate that continuation. Thank you, thank you. Thank you all for that amazing support and the continued opportunity to be here in our 12th year full-time on the site and our 9th annual Winter fragMas. An amazing event so far. Yep, I agree that Reflex Sanctuary is going to be interesting for sure. It's going to be good. Okay, loaded mines. Not taking Minefield this time, we learned. Well, let's see. For only a two investment here, turrets are pretty good with War Machine. I think since we're also taking weapon stuff, I should just keep this to probably mines and allies and avoid the other split paths. Let's take Blast Radius here. That's going to be a must-have for Thermal Lance build. Blast Radius and Fire Rate both increase the radius of the lance. Alright, let's take, I'm actually going to take Stabilization instead of the improved thrusters, because getting to agility is actually better defensively than more thrust right now. Like, the turn radius is the main complication with Thermal Lance builds for me. Construct assembly speed's definitely good. Let's just go ahead and snap up Ally here. Okay, improved thrusters is fine. Okay, here's agility. We're just going to snap it up, because now you maneuver more or less like a normal vessel. Our thrust is diminished for having the lance out, but the turn radius is quite good. Let's go kinetic boost here. Hell yeah, that's a nice loose snake right there. Dang. Give me that. Just taking drones to get 5 drones is also pretty nice, though I don't really want to open up the other sides of the drone pool right now, so let's just take adaptive armor. Wow, strafe already, dang. Streamline is much more likely than we're not in a huge rush. Let's take elegant construction. Rebuke's actually interesting with this build, but channeling's safer at the moment, so I'll stick with it. Alright, Interceptor ally. My allies have little lances as well. They also still fire their normal bullets, so no downside on that one. I'm gonna drop my weapon for a second, just get her shield back. Oh. Yeah, okay, so it was charge mines that messed up the last build. Thank you. I didn't realize that charge mines did damage to the to that, or like that rather. Don't need this yet. Let's take Candescence for just damage here. Okay, I'm gonna take power reserves for like a normal moving ship now. In a bit of a weakened state right now, but at least our mobility is fixed. Mobility is the ultimate defense in a game like this. Station Omega. Okay, inside the station. Station's gonna have pretty mediocre time because these mines are reaching the outside layer. Gonna be an easy one cycle. Wow, get shredded, bud. That was definitely our optimal wave 40 boss to see. Just take core shielding later. Let's go ahead and take galvanic outbursts. This has been a staple on all of our sanctuary builds, and I don't see why it wouldn't continue to be so. Strafe's definitely good. High explosive, however, is 20% increase in lance size, so we're gonna do that. Mostly for my my allies. Their lance is like a quarter of our size here, so it actually allows them to reach the enemy and hit them. Good. A big snake, man. Worry about that later. Let's just get Aegis working here. Hey, these interceptors doing pretty good. Eh. I'm gonna take efficiency, and then if our shield goes down, we can at least drop the lance and have a quicker shield recharge. And we're gonna go Gemini Protocol anyways, so all making sense. Burnout reactors are not a thing here. So I guess we can still go minefield, but we cannot go into charge mines. Zid diminishes from 3 lances to 2, so I hesitate on that too. Seems aight. All of this seems like very okay-ish. Magnitude, payload, charge shots, a way to escalate our damage, but we don't need to do that yet. Rupture is certainly not bad, especially deflagration seems interesting. Might be okay to go purge here instead of corrosion. Let's give this a try. I am sure Rupture is pretty darn good. Makes enemies explode when they die, and benefiting off a lot of stuff this build has. Get your core melted. Roast them, then toast them. I'm gonna use a roll here. Okay, there we go. Shield durability. Getting somewhere now. Excuse me for just a moment, just a quick restroom break here, and then we'll continue this run. All right. Am back. Oh. What did I hit there? Oh, that's Windows tab? Okay. Shield cooldown definitely seems inoffensive pick here. Not exactly what we want, but it does improve our defensive capabilities, so let's go for it. We got double music right now. Be resolved once the boss dies. That happens kind of rarely if you pause right as the boss is spawning in. If I didn't take allies here, Mind Specialist would definitely be consideration, but I did take allies. I don't want my allies to have 40% longer time to be created. I actually want any of the stuff here right now. Let's take one Hyper Metabolism, because this build is not going to be going into Essence Sap, and Hyper Metabolism will be our activator for potentially Dying Star later, though I'm not sure this build makes it to Dying Star, or even wants Dying Star. Time will tell. Here's Regeneration. If we already took Hyper Metabolism, that's a natural synergy. Let's add more Regeneration onto the build. Yeah, it's a fun one, Barnabas. I've seen it, but not messed around with it too much myself. Okay, Gemini Protocol. Sounds good. Oh yeah, we're generating at a pretty nice rate right now. Not bad. Okay, let's try this Purge mod so we can get the deflagration in there. I'm curious to see how this plays out. Something I haven't tried with the Dying Star yet is that deflag, which is a pretty massive escalation versus segmented enemies. Does Purification work with the Lancier? It seems like it would. Yeah, it's burn damage, so it's definitely, this is a positive affix. Yep, that's right, Benjamin. Crash damage is damage when you hit the enemy with your ship. There's even a ship called Hullbreaker that focuses on specific builds like that. So other ships can definitely benefit from crash damage. Okay, I've been taking last stand. I can probably push this out into later, though. Well, if I don't take it here, what am I going to take? I got 14 rerolls. Let's roll once here. No, I'm not going to turn down Revelation. No way. 3 times Defiance would make me real happy. Get the bonus movement while using our weapon, and also damage resist for possible Dying Star later. I think Thermal Lance really wants that Defiance versus the Masochism, just because of that resistance to mobility reducing effects from weaponry. That's exactly what Thermal Lance is doing. A lot of downsides to that. Oh, yeah. Alright, I'll take last stand now. I don't really want to take Core Shielding until I'm ready to take Dying Star, because it's going to put it in the pool and it's going to compete with other stuff like Sanctuary, which I want. Yep, Leviathan's another great crash damage build. True, true. Okay, here we go. Barrier time. Do I have Aegis yet? I do. Yeah, I do. So let's put Sanctuary in the pool. We're about to be cooking. Let's wipe these mines off here. Oh. Hit him with the old windshield wiper. I feel like instead of allies on this build, turrets would have been better as far as damage goes. They're doing their darndest, though. They're just not quite reaching it this time. We can make the lances larger with just a couple picks, which will probably get the allies into that. Oh, charge shot would also do it, too, because allies gain your charge shot. That's worth considering. Definitely not ready for discharge here. Okay, there's Sanctuary. Here we go. All right, so now we have Siphon Sanctuary. So stuff that enters the orb will be taking periodic damage or damage over time, and it helps replenish our shield when they're in there too. The damage Siphon deals goes directly towards replenishing your shield. That's good. Quite powerful, in fact, as a kind of acts like regenerative shields without having regenerative shields. Okay, here's Deflagration. Destroying an ignited enemy will consume any ignites and trigger deflagration, dealing blast damage to nearby targets. Deflagration deals damage equal to the combined ignite damage the target is taking. Deflagration's duration is equal to the combined duration of any ignites removed. As far as I can tell, the lance should be igniting, and the sparks should also be igniting, so this should be pretty nice on anything that's segmented. And if we do make it all the way into Dying Star, it should be massive. I have not run Dying Star since Deflagration was added to the game a couple updates ago, and I think it could be really, really good. Am I dead? Not quite, but like nearly. Alright, next up for me is just getting out of here. Let's get our health regenerated and stuff. I don't have blink or strafe, which is really spicy right now. Glaucius is at half. Let's not hang out in the vortex, I guess. Should get him on this cycle. And dream, anyways. Nice. Oh, you know it did all that damage to the stuff on the side? That was deflagration going off over the entire screen. That's cool. Yeah, we're getting a really nice pop on those deflags. A pretty excellent radius. It's the red aftershock circle we're seeing. Just there were so many ignites on all the different segments of... Alright, yeah, deflag's pretty nice with the thermal lance. Cool noises, man. Boy, I kind of want to take the 3 times Masochism, but I really should save up for Defiance. I'm not going to invest any more into allies right now. I'm not convinced in their overall effectiveness. I do think that reflexive shields could have a major value here. Wow, deflag just spiced it up there. Yes, this is Siphon Shield, that's correct. I believe I'm just going to take Strafe now, just so I have a way to boost out of the way of things. Yeah, deflagration's the mint here. So good. If we ended up going that hidden power build too, or just getting discharged, the amount of ignite damage that we could actually generate for deflag is like amazing. Whoa, dude. Whoa. I think I'm going to go for Omni Shield here, and then we're basically ready to take Dying Star. Shield damage reduces shield effect power, so it's dealing more damage. It's healing more when it's hitting things. This gives us no hull to work with, which is aight. We have Gemini Protocol, so it's not really that much of a defensive downgrade. This means we're all in on shields. Most of the time we take Omnia Shields, you're making the concession that if your shields go down, you're dead. But it does simplify the build order, and it has some really nice defensive properties too. When you're out of Sanctuary range, your shield still protects you. No problem with that. Let's see what our damage resist here is on the shield. So 35 and 35. So basically a 70% damage resist here on the shields. That's probably okay to take Dying Star, especially if we get core shielding in here. When you're outside the bubble with Sanctuary, your shield still protects you, but you're unable to activate shield-related effects. Other than damage mitigation, of course. Yo, Save, thanks so much for 20 months. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Oh yeah. So this stuff's fine. Dropping this is okay. One off on drones here is kind of tempting as well. It doesn't provide that much damage, just some like damage mitigation there. I'll also admit that going into magnitude payload and then charge shot is a huge damage increase for us. I have 22 rerolls, and I'm going to choose to use a couple here. Ooh. I think Maelstrom has some merits here, but this mod effectively locks the build into doing one thing, which is staying centralized inside the sanctuary, and I'm not too stoked on that. Maelstrom's a very powerful mod, but it's a little bit linear for the stuff I want to try out right now. I've noticed when trying these sanctuary builds, I'm ending up with a lot of rerolls at the end, which is pretty cool. I think that's just because there's so many things you have to take. There's very rarely you're on a screen where it's like, I can't, or I don't want to take anything here. It's like, okay, this works for sanctuary or weapons or whatever the other objective is. Here come the crabs. Dang, dude, we messed him up right there. Okay, here we go. We're going to constantly take 11 self-damage a second, but then that damage is going to be diffused between our hull and our shields. And our shields have maximum damage resistance right now of, well, let's see here. Oh, I got 43% self-damage resist, and we got additional 20 there, 29% damage resist as well. So we're close to cap. I believe we can sustain Dying Star right now. And we can. Oh yeah, we also have regenerative shields, which is fluctuating regeneration. Yeah, this song is a bop, dude. One very cool thing about Dying Star is it increases burn and ignite damage. which is part of Dying Star, but is also part of our Thermal Lance and our Deflagration, so really good. Now, if I can get 3 times Defiance, I'm curious if I can pull off Discharge with this as well, and just have like a continual source of mini lightnings inside of the orb. That's kind of the dream right now. Yeah, the amount of ignites on that guy there was pretty intense. Roll here at 20 rerolls still, it's a lot. Okay, rate of fire is definitely a good increase for our lances. Yeah, adrenal module is a lot of damage too. Well, at least Shoe's ship is probably Leviathan or Hullbreaker. Though they're both very good ships, just not ones I've messed around with too much. I gotta drop the Lancer to get away. Bam. I want to work a deflagration into another build. What weapons would I want to take that benefit from blast damage? I guess pulse is fine, grenade would be fine, even railgun's okay in that regard. I'll start working towards charge shot. feel like ally is what I cut from this build, and to that point, I might... Next time we try, let's do this with Viper. Not that the build isn't functioning, we're just not making as much a bonus off of the engineer's ability. Oh my god. If I could not die here, that'd be great. I think also is a fair point, while this is fun and looks really cool, that the discharge style pulse build was doing significantly more burn damage overall, because we're able to activate that discharge as well. I think the next step here is to possibly get discharge on this build to see how the smaller but much faster firing discharge looks inside the orb. I just die there? Oh man, I did. It's tough. That's tough. All right. Good build. I think this build could easily get 2.5 million if it was built just a little bit different. The conclusion I'm coming to here is that taking Sanctuary is allowing us to... Sanctuary and Omni Shield together is allowing us to take Dying Star without taking much other self-damage resistance other than the core shielding, which is a prerequisite for Dying Star. One thing I did like here a lot was deflagration. So I think I want to try to do a reflect shield next. Maybe not with deflag, but maybe with. All right, I'm going to take a short break here. I'm just going to stand up and stretch real quick, cool off for a minute, think about the build for a sec, and then we'll come back with another attempt. Basically, Grim Reaper, the orb we are in, copies the function of our shield and takes over some aspects of our shield and gives us bonus damage while we're inside of it at the cost of minus 30% thrust. So it's an interesting dynamic, and it's one of the few gameplay changes in the Glistening update, which is the beta we're currently on. Okay, our ads are also about to play. If you let this play, thank you so much. I do very much appreciate it. It does support a lot. If not, totally understand. We'll be back in just a couple minutes for the continuation of this stream and another run in Overdrift. Alrighty, we have returned. Let's head into another run here. So, I'm debating on ship type. I eventually want to do a railgun style sanctuary build with like probably battery. I think that one's going to be pretty extreme to pull off, so we're going to go here. I'm thinking I'm going to go back into Sentinel or maybe Firefly. If we get both, we'll take that, but either of those hull types would be fine for where we're going. What's Vortex's thing? Oh yeah, Vortex would be a pretty good one for Hidden Power too. I guess no matter what your weapon is, when you go into Hidden Power, it has like a consistent fire rate-ish. So we'll just take Flak here for the moment. Flak scales pretty well into not taking weapon upgrades. And yes, we did Halo build at the start of the stream. It was good, but it's my opinion that the Halo shield is really providing very little damage overall compared to the other damage sources you generate with the Sanctuary build. So I think there's just more survivable builds to that note. Research body is interesting too, but let's stay away from that. We did not get either of the holes that we wanted. Let's re-roll here. We're looking at Sentinel or Firefly. Self-damage resist, hull crash damage resistance. I think we'll take Sentinel. It's probably the purest ship here for this challenge. Okay, we're gonna turn toggle auto fire off. All right. Well, discharge is definitely on the list of things we want here. Go ahead and take shield cooldown to begin. Yeah, Flak can get away with an incredible amount of stuff without taking any weapon upgrades. It's not as high damage as some things, but it's still pretty good. All right. Let's take shield durability. Okay, revelation, absolutely. What's the end of this? Charge shot? Okay, no. Infused flak is definitely a nice one. Alright, I'm going to take adaptive armor here. The line on that one's core shielding, which goes into Dying Star, which is definitely something we're looking at. Okay, we're going to take the Discord orbs. These also get really good with hidden power. And we've already taken the possibility for 3 times wild mod, so good. Okay, let's go volatile shields. I want to take this one now. Like, I'd like to get into barrier sooner so we can get into sanctuary, but we're not going to be taking flash shielding under any circumstances because it's minus 40% max shields. So we need to take the other side to unlock discharge and get us into the correct build order. Bonk. All right, improved thruster is going to be taken here, and very likely streamlined too. Bonk. Get our shield back here. Off cooldown anyways. I don't know about that. I don't know if Strafe's actually going to make it to the end of this main build here. Let's do a roll on this. Okay, we're going to take Bravado here. It's going to make this early game section a lot tougher, but we're getting 15% gear powers improved and base stats. So we get body gear base stats, we get extra hull and thrust, so 10 each. And then we're also getting 1.5% shield effect power, 1.5% shield damage resistance, and 3% shield effect radius. 3.25, in fact. Discharge going to be a big help. Like, I like Mind Specialists, but is it worth taking here? I don't think so. Just grab reflexive shields. The reach on this lightning is pretty nuts. All right, here's Barrier. You know, I can take Hidden Power now. I should take that next time it shows up. We're ready. We have the discharge already. The flak's adding basically nothing in here. Yeah, I'm really glad I didn't take that those mines, because that would have locked me. Well, wouldn't have locked me out, but if I take Hidden Power, they would have been doing nothing. So I'm debating at the end of this going into Rupture, but not totally sold on it. Oh, hey, if I want to go into Rupture, I have to do that before I take Hidden Power. Doesn't really matter which side of this we take. If these mods don't affect our weapon, I have a hard time imagining Deflagration being worth taking basically 4 mods we wouldn't want to take otherwise on this build. Yo, Tabish, thanks for an awesome year, dude. My pleasure. Thanks for keeping it dapper. I'm gonna say no way. I mean, this is an idea we can maybe play with later, but for getting this going on Reflect right now, I just don't think it's it. I think on this version of the build, the way I would do it is I would have maybe loaded salvo mines so we could capitalize on the blast damage. Anywho, let's go channeling, so core shielding will be good. Plating and self-damage resist, definitely not bad. Omni Shield also not bad here. Yeah, let's just grab Omni Shield now. What's our shield count? 236. That's pretty awesome. A little bit suspect taking this before the regenerative shields, but it'll be fine. The damage is right, that's for sure. With reflective shield, we can just hang out right here. Just give him the old boop. Okay, Candescence is going to be taken because the main of our damage is going to be this discharge, which is burn damage, or at least follow-up burn damage. Okay, we're gonna take Hidden Power now. Plus 40% global damage, plus 5 maximum whole shield, shield effect radius, shield effect power, and thrust. 10% faster shield cooldown and regeneration. Banishes all non-wild weapon and construct upgrades from the upgrade pool and returns an upgrade point if you've purchased weapon gear, which we have, flak. Man. Some good picks here. What's Solar Heart do? Base damage for weapons, burn damage. We know we're probably going to take this. Let's take Kinetic Boost right now to start working towards Sanctuary. Okay, efficiency is just a straight upgrade right now. Or don't have a weapon, so it's 20% faster shield cooldown and regeneration rate. That would be a good 3 times mod, but let's work towards our main goal. We don't have to rush to the end of this build. We just have to build it up in a smart way. Corrosion is pretty great. And Purification's massive damage too, so let's keep at it. Streamline's also very nice here now that we take an Omnia Shield. Let's go ahead and grab Streamline. Blink would be, I think, the best defensive pick we can get in a couple mods here. We've already added most of the stats onto our builds, so mobility becomes the next key piece. Alright, there's Sanctuary, let's go. So how does this work for Reflect? Let's see, these guys will let us know. They fire into it, does it bounce off? Okay, no, so it doesn't bounce off of the outside of the orb. That was kind of my hope, but I still think Reflect Shield is one of the best candidates for this run, because the higher our base shield value is, the more effectiveness we can get off of regenerating shields. And in this case, very good. Ooh, 3 times Challenger. I'm gonna do it, guys. This is gonna be really spicy. Okay, this is not so bad, actually. So this could have very easily killed my run, but it didn't. Alright, there's Blink. Or shielding for the self-damage resist. Let's do it. Man, Dying Star shows up right away. What is our shield damage resistance currently? Okay, body self-damage resistance is 33. What's that, 17? Shields is at 63% self-damage resist. Okay. So that tells me that if I pick up Gemini Protocol, I am ready to take Dying Star. Well, I know for a fact Energized Shields is pretty good here. Yeah, it was a good one, Delaroth. I'm actually thinking that Orbital Shield might be the best candidate for this this run in general. Let's just take Corrosion. I want to get back to the main of this build. Been really enjoying these Sanctuary builds myself. It's a really cool concept and design. Took something that was pretty much considered a very lackluster mod and has made it pretty awesome and dynamic. Alright, I'm going to grab Last Stand to get out of the pool. I'm also really liking the extra XP radius. Since we're kind of staying very centralized, that extra pickup radius is super nice. Last Stand have any other benefits here? Okay, so it's just that Resurrection, massive damage on that, and then bonus XP. Fair. Alright, we're now ready to take Dying Star. I do want to go Regeneration some other stuff. This seems like it's sustainable already. Yeah, it is. For me, Sanctuary Dying Star is the new hotness. I'm now kind of realizing I can probably cut the hyper metabolism out of this build. Like, it's working pretty good as is. That's a big enemy. Holy guacamole. All right, conversion's fine. Oh, blast radius is still here. I thought hidden power was going to banish that. Banishes all non-wild weapon and construct upgrades. I guess this is not technically, well, I guess it is a weapon upgrade, but it's not a direct. Why is this still in the pool? Anywho, conversion's it. We get an even bigger shield. Our shield's as big as it's going to get now. Shield 264 on the shield. Yes. That's a monster. This guy is also a monster. Huge HP pool. Well, weaponized shields is probably one of the cleanest damage upgrades here, though I'm not convinced I want it. Let's go regeneration into regenerative shields, which will be a massive defensive increase. Then on top of our shield having a shield cooldown, it will also regenerate passively. There it is. 8 a second on the shield, that's great. I mean, we're getting 6 from the orb itself. But as the shield goes down, it proportionally gets faster regenerating too. Really good. Okay, purification is a great increase in damage here. Go. Purification additionally adds more regeneration for hull and shields for every ignited enemy, which is essentially every enemy on the screen because we have Dying Star and things burn around us. How dangerous is Solar Heart right now? Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wild mods. Yeah. If I had weapons, this would make a lot more sense. It's only burn damage for self-damage, though. That seems a little dubious. Adrenal Module, on the other hand, seems like great damage boost. I don't really want to take any of these. I'm going to roll here. Okay, what is regression getting rid of now? Shield effect radius. Let's stop us from potentially getting the weaponized shields, so I don't know. I'm going to take 1 masochism here. It does give plus 3% damage to enemies because self-damage resist and enemies take more damage the more damage we are. So right off the top, since we're holding 1 hull, we are gaining a percentage of global damage off of that. which will also increase as we take damage to the shields. Seriously considering going down to Rupture for deflag here. Like, I'm not seeing too much else I actually want to take. I don't think there's that many mods left in the pool that aren't wild mods that would be it. Let's get a stabilization here, at least for more thrust. And the ability to tap the brakes. Slipstream would be maybe a mod I'd take a 4 times of if I had stabilization. You can get roasted. Okay. Shield effect radius. Shield effect radius. This does give a plus 5% max shields. Let's just go ahead and do this to get the absolute maximum shieldage. And weaponized shields will increase our damage log, so it's going to create a circle of damage inside of our orb, which is where most damage is happening, that increases damage by 20%. And 20% is not a small amount, and I believe that weaponized shields calculates, you know, after all of our other damage stuff, so it's just 20% on the top. The reflect effect, Dank, still happens on the player's ship, but I gotta say reflect shield is very nice for this build because it just has such a high base stat that is scaling really well with the regeneration and other effects. Like we're, what, 275 right now? 264, probably 275 after the next focus shields take. Yep. Don't want this one. Because the minus 10% maximum shields. Right now it's minus 26 shields. That hurts. Okay, I'm going to take regression just so I stop seeing it. I was taking a bunch of energized shields on the last builds. I'm going to try not taking it this time. Vic, the orb increases in size as the playfield increases, so it's going to be a comparable size to what it is now for the duration of the run. At least in the percentage of screen that it's taking up. But it does scale with playfield size, which is important because the playfield gets larger as the game scales. And if your orb did not get bigger with that, then it'd become weaker and weaker. So it stays the same relative power. At least in radius. it's actually like a pretty good winnow, except for we lose weaponized shields. I can't lose weaponized shields. I'd be willing to winnow on the next one that shows. I'm not seeing a circle for weaponized shields inside the sanctuary, but it's got to be there. Hey there, Vadim. Thanks again for that raid. Hope you had a nice stream today, dude. Yeah. Weaponized shields was definitely working there. We hit 7k on the discharge, like, immediately. Doing good, man. Thanks for asking. Just enjoying some Nova Drift. These are my favorite enemies to have Reflect Shield on. It just really messes them up. Try me. What level am I right now? I'm level 41. Okay, making deflagration is definitely possible. I'd have to take blast radius, concentrated blast, sure, rupture. No, actually I want the other side, high explosive, rupture, and then purge. And at that point we can take deflagration. At level 41, this seems attainable. And just looking at the mods that I have, the only other mods I'd really be looking to take are wild mods. And since we decided not to take energized shields, there's definitely a good opportunity to see how deflag works with this discharge build. Yes, this game definitely has a lot of mechanics, Vadim. At least in concept, you know, survive as long as you can is easy enough to understand. The inner workings of the game, I'm still learning a lot, and I have 500 something hours. This game's awesome. I'm kind of feeling like since the discharge hidden power has a kind of a set fire rate, that the energized shields wasn't actually extending out the lightning the way I thought it was by reducing the fire rate, and therefore is maybe a slightly inferior pick on some previous builds here. Okay, there's purge, here's high explosive. Let's take high explosive. Rupture is a much higher value than getting purge right now. What? He exploded before the bulwark could go off. That's amazing. That's amazing. I think Viper Reflect Shield will be somewhere I might go with this build as well, because Viper would get the increased ignite damage, which is certainly not bad. Wow, dude, we are shredding right now. Okay, here's Rupture. Awesome. So now when enemies die, they do a secondary explosion. And the damage of that explosion is based on percentage of HP of the enemy. And that does scale with time because enemies get stronger and stronger. So rupture scales with you, which is a very nice feature of it. Yo, Loendorf, thanks so much for 59 months. One more for that. 5 years. Thanks so much for that continuation. Just thank you all for the amazing opportunity to continue to be here, entertain you. You're in our 12th year full-time and our 9th annual Winter fragMas. Been a really cool event so far. Reminder, if you hit 2,300 sub points at any point during our event all the way through the 31st, we'll be adding an additional day onto fragMas. Do consider that an incentive, not a goal. No support required whatsoever for me to happily be here for our 31 days. I was grateful for this continued experience. It's awesome. Alright, Purge in. We got Deflagration in the pool now. Deflagration will cause an additional explosion radius on top of Rupture based on the total ignite damage the enemy's taking. And we have Dying Star and Discharge, so we're dealing almost all burn and ignite damage. So it'll be a nice effect for any kind of crowded enemy, segmented enemy, or just any enemy that's next to anything that dies. A lot of bonus damage. Is it better than taking 4 wild mods? I don't know. We'll see. That's Rupture at work right there. Okay, here it is. Destroying an ignited enemy will consume any ignites and trigger Deflagration, dealing blast damage to nearby targets. Deflagration deals damage equal to the combined ignite damage the target is taking. Deflagration's duration is equal to the combined duration of any ignites removed. Alright. Yeah, we're getting a pretty nice radius on explosions, it looks like. It's that red circle that appears after the enemy dies. That's the deflag. It is not bad here, that's for sure. Okay, it's also proccing just off of the Burning Star. Sweet. Or Dying Star, rather. Ooh, I don't want to be here right now. Got a problem right now. Let's get over here then. This build is spicy boy hecky lad. Man, that's nice. Okay. Well, there are several things I'm not opposed to here. I mean, getting to Essence Sap is kind of interesting. Celestial Lance is probably okay damage because it's burned. Deadly Wake's okay. I think Agility should probably be my take right now. I'm not going to take Power Reserves, and Agility, rotation speed is a defensive stat in a huge way. Yo, Feta Rob, thanks for 25 months. Appreciate that quarter century. Thanks so much for that continuation. Cheers. Big bada boom. We already know he's gonna have bad time here. Ooh, that was scary. It's not standing that. Got a little bit of hubris going on. Wow. So deflagration just popped off in a major way on that. That was disgusting. Yeah, their segments die, and they do too. I say deflag was a lot more effective than I was imagining it was going to be. Hey, Galvanic Outburst here is great, because then we get an additional lightning discharge anytime we take damage. So that's another source of ignite damage, and can escalate the deflag. He added inventory, that's the one. The one. Alright, I was going to say that deflagration was like 5 times more effective than I thought it was going to be. This is really good on this build. I thought for 4 mods it was going to be a little bit lackluster, but it is not lackluster in any way. Concentrated Blast would increase the damage of deflagration, but let's do a roll here. Okay, Strafe's cool. I think I'm going to take this because Void Slice is really fun, and I think Void Slice is kind of very has nice synergy with the Sanctuary. It's kind of like double Blink, and it gives you a nice mobility effect. I really haven't been using Blink at all so far. The more important effect might actually be the 10% thrust bonus on Strafe. What did you bring us, Pin? Sounds like Lady Llama. I don't know. Alright, I'm going to go for Void Slice now. So when you would strafe for a blink, you trigger Void Slice, teleporting to your destination while cutting through targets in your path. Void Slice deals 1200 blast damage to targets, plus 7% of the targets remaining whole. Void Slice works laterally forward, backward, and functionally replaces both strafe and blink. Void Slice has greater forward travel distance than blink. Void Slice can store up to 2 charges and gains a charge every 2.5 seconds. 2. I also really like the indexing on this mod. Not very many things in the game are this darker purple, so it gives you a better idea of where you're at in a lot of situations when it gets chaotic. You can also blink backwards too, which is interesting. I think I'd almost always blink forward with this myself. Oh, hey, also blast damage means that our pick for Rupture was good. Let's see, it's been a really fun day of Nova Drift. And all Sanctuary builds so far, which is part of the new beta. I'm just loving the way this mod functions. It's a really ingenious reinvention of a mod that I liked previously, but it really was almost untakeable if you wanted to have really long runs. Like, the Sanctuary before made it so your shield regenerated naturally, but you didn't have shield cooldown anymore. And then it also did minus thrust. And anytime you take minus thrust, there's got to be a very major upside to that, because the game will scale by getting faster and faster with enemies. So eventually your lack of mobility becomes your downfall. And the upside of the regenerating shield just wasn't quite enough to justify it being like a good late game mod. It's still fun, but it wasn't like a high scoring build type deal. Where this is much more of a trade-off. You do get a really nice benefit from the Sanctuary, but you also have to manage the bubble, which is difficult, because when you're not in the bubble, you can't fire discharge, and you can't use your shield effects, which can be a little bit harrowing. So it makes for a very dynamic and, for me, a very interesting playstyle. Alright, we're going to go for a Slipstream here. Things that add mobility right now are definitely to our advantage. So those very quick shots were our return fire from those hitting us. The best part about the reflective shield. Hello. 24,000. That was Galvanic Outburst doing repeated ignite durations, or repeated burn damages. Later, taters. Yeah, deflagration's working well here. I think deflagration's a mod that's very hard to actually pull off in a build and have it work well, so I'm excited I found something. In my previous 4 or 5 experiences taking deflagration, I was like, well, I wish I would have taken 4 of their mods instead. This time, it's looking pretty good. I will say, deflagration always looks amazing on the snake enemies. No doubt about that. No matter what the build is. We got upgrade here. I'm not going to take Apotheosis on this. I think we're just going to take another Slipstream for movement speed. Hey, y'all, excuse me for a minute here. So I'm going to stretch out my hands real quick and legs, too. All right, I have returned. Thanks for your patience there. Curious, what's the base on Orbital? Okay, so Orbital's 110, Reflect's 120. I think I kind of like Orbital better for this build. The Reflect is operating really nice, so it's not like the build is really diminished in any way. Because Orbital has that cool effect of having the orbs to generate enemy projectiles and deal damage on touch, so it's another source of damage for the build. We're going to take another Slipstream here. think right now overcoming the mobility deficit of Sanctuary is our main concern. So what I've learned on this build is the energized shields we were taking, while good, are not the end-all be-all of this build, since our shields are regenerating at such a rate. Shield cooldown is nice, but it is a diminished stat, because the purpose of the shield cooling down is to completely replenish the shield bar, but if the bar is also recharging, it's taking away a portion of the benefit of the shield recharge, if that makes sense. So while energized shields is benefiting here, it's not slamming the way some other mods have been, like deflagration has been spectacular. That's the noise right there. That's the one. I'm also going to stand by my statement that Void Slice is a direct synergy here. Where'd you go, dude? What happened? Oh, you exploded? That's tough. This is the most damage we've taken in a hot minute. That's where shield cooldown's good. We take that much damage at once. Chunky, dude. Nasty wave. Okay, concentrated blast is maybe feasible here because the deflagration deals blast damage to nearby targets. This is mostly benefiting the segmented enemies. I think if I could do this again, I'd take concentrated blast instead of high explosive. So taking both is reasonable. Let's roll again here. Your shield effect power is increased by your current speed, indeed. I'm gonna roll again. You know what? I'll take a Defiance here. It is just more self-damage resist. Not the worst thing in the world. Also, plating's okay too, because it does diminish damage on projectiles that hit us. I think a reality of this build is I'm kind of out of things I really want to take, so that's a good place to be. Where'd he go? Those enemies do more harm to the other enemies than they do to me. Like those guys. You know what I'm going to do here? Well, no, I'm not. Depends on the shield here, Dang. So the reflective shield would have a much larger shield effect area than this right now. Whereas most other shields would probably, if you maxed out shield radius, would be similar. But every shield has its own radius, base radius, rather. Okay, inoffensive once again. What's another galvanic outburst do? Does this give me an additional lightning tendril? Or does this simply just give me more shield effect power? Seems like it would give me an additional lightning tendril. Swear to God, dude. Listen here, you critter. You're being a bad kidders right now. He's about to bite my headphone wire. I saw her. He's just about to. All right, I'm going to take the Concentrated Blast because it's increasing deflag damage, and deflag versus any enemy with segments, including bosses like Warbringer, seems to be shredding pretty hard, so 35% more damage on those explosions is good. We're not relying on deflag to do a lot of reach right now to hit enemies. We're just having it deal the damage to the segmented enemies, so here we go. If anybody knows the answer to that galvanic question, I'd love to know the answer. Okay, it makes bigger burn ticks. Okay. That probably means you get additional lightning tendrils. Thanks, Mr. Vulcan. Something to think about for sure. Alright, I'm going to go into toggle auto fire here. Yeah, okay. We got the self-damage just now. This is fine. If I really need to preserve my health, I will press fire again and turn that off. There was definitely a point in this build where I was unable to auto fire inside the sanctuary, but we're well past that now. Yeah, that was deflag damage right there. Good golly, Miss Molly. Coolest part about this build right now, we're controlling only with the mouse. All we gotta do is move. Which is nice. My hand could use a break right now, my left hand. Oh, I could actually toggle the auto fire on my mouse as well if I wanted to set the hotkey. That's an idea. I can't do that all the time, but it works for this build's current state. My cat Daisy's being a bit of a turd right now. Oof. Let's not do that. I think this is definitely the best Sanctuary build of the night. Favorite, I'm not sure, but best, I would say so. Okay. I feel like I could maybe take a Solar Heart here. Let's do a little calculation. It does diminish our defense because we'll be taking more self-damage. How many wild mods do we have? We have 11 wild mods. I'd take it to 12. So we'd be taking an extra 3 damage a second. That brings us to 14 damage per second. The damage resistance is supreme here, though. So I don't see any reason we can't take that. And that is probably the key escalation for damage. Let's go ahead and do this at a level 54 Solar Heart. Okay. Constant self-damage taken, 15.8. We have this massive self-damage resistance here and here. So this seems very sustainable. And we also just gained an additional 24% burn damage. So that's nice. I feel like we could take another Solar Heart here and still be in a sustainable range. Yo, that one Shadow Guy, thanks for 23 months. Enjoy that continued Lurk. Schnitzel Slab, thanks for 22 as well. Appreciate that continuation, dude. Cheers. Okay. I think Barrier saved our life there. The guy gets really tanky late game. Uh, 14C, this is the rework to the Sanctuary super mod. Okay, so we're going to hit level 55 here. Getting past 55 is probably not reliable. And wow, we just broke 3 mil as well. That's amazing. Anything past 3 mil is an incredible score. Okay, let's take one more Defiance here. I kind of want to fish for a Solar Heart to try for even more damage, but I feel like if I take one more Solar Heart and add in another 3.5, you know, self-damage, we could have a problem. Well, I think it is fair to say at this point that I'm only looking for recursive wild mods. So with that, we could take transmogrification. I'm going to do this for the +1 level too. Let's go. There we go. Okay, we're going to take another galvanic outburst then. Oh man, Masochism's good too. Okay, we're going to take Masochism, and if I get another level, it'll be Solar Heart or another Galvanic Outburst. That's currently an if. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, self-damage resist is awesome right now. Alright, I think with this, we just made our top 10 runs of all time. Feels like our defense is still pretty okay at this point. Usually around this moment in a run, the defense starts falling off pretty hard. And we will get outscaled at some point, but I feel like it's pretty survivable with good movement here. It's surprising. Probably one of the best defensive builds I've ever had. The truth. I'm actually making another level here. Awesome. Full screen deflagrations there, 20k damage. Wow. Fitty, here we go. Oh man. That bulwark just got ignited and then it blew up Dreadnought. That was amazing. Okay, here we go. We just took another masochism. So we either take Slipstream here, or we end up taking another Galvanic Outburst. I think Galvanic Outburst is the way to go here. I think our self-damage is basically maxed right now while we're inside the Sanctuary. So Galvanic's another damage escalation, and we're taking damage quite frequently, so more return damage seems pretty good. Okay, another Galvanic Outburst definitely adds more Lightning Tendrils here. Sweet. That's really good to know, because stacking Galvanic Outburst could definitely be a style of build. I'd probably stop about 4 on this build no matter what, though. If I had to guess. Something's on my mouse pad. Amazing. Look at this guy, he's living his best life. Just for a minute though. All right, it's official. This is my best run of Nova Drift ever right now. 500 hours in the game. This is the build. The best one yet. Frimby, dude, have mercy right now. You know, without deflag, this build is still good, but it's not clearing the screen as fast as we need on these larger waves. What's happening here is when the waves are getting really crowded, eventually an enemy that's hard to kill spawns, and then gets enough ignite damage and duration on them that it's hitting the entire screen for like 15-20k. And that's what's saving our life right now. Yikes. God. Somehow I'm alive? Okay, cool. That's neat. Okay, he down. Ooh, I leveled up. All right. Oh, wow. Okay, here's another solar heart. With how much damage we've been taking, I hesitate on this, but I already have so much damage resistance that I kind of imagine solar heart giving us another 26% burn damage. It seems pretty desirable. Another Galvanic Outburst is fine here too. You know, truthfully, Galvanic Outburst probably increases our damage just as much as their Solar Heart. We'll stick with one here. At the rate we're taking damage, Galvanic Outburst is a lot of return damage. Oh no. Where's the bar at? Okay, we did manage to get it back here. I had to stop firing there to pull that off. All right. Definitely a chance for us still to survive for a minute here and collect quite a bit of XP depending on what waves spawn. We're getting plus 100% XP now that we've resurrected with Last Stand. Getting a new respect for Last Stand right now. Been pretty tame set of waves after that insanity there. That's it right there. GG. 4.5 million. That was a great one. Well, what I learned here was that energized shields, while good, is probably better spent on some other stuff. So we didn't take energized shields on this run. It worked out really good. Also, rupture slash deflagration was very, very important in the late game. Like, super important. Solar Heart did help the damage, but I think we could have pulled off a similar effect with Viper and had more ignite duration and got better deflag too. So that's an interesting thought. Overall, awesome run because it was our best one yet. Well, going to end it on a high note there. Thank you for all for the great Sunday stream. Had an awesome time for our 17th stream of fragMas. Appreciate the great time, wonderful company, and awesome conversation. Thanks for all your questions, comments, conversation, etc. That's all I got for today. We'll do it again tomorrow for day 18. Until next time, keep it dapper and be good to each other. Frag out. Have a great one.